here, and I think it sends a message to a lot of the players.
Yeah, winning tournaments and winning matches, there's nothing like it, because, you know, whatever situation you get faced with on the pool table, it all sort of comes a little bit easier.
We also have the Saudi Junior Championships getting underway today, so we're looking forward to that, and we shall keep across it on the show as the days go on. What are you expecting? Give us a prediction in this one.
I think Chua's going to win, and I think he's going to win pretty comfortable. I think it'll be 9-1, 9-2.
All right,
Wow.
well, let's get to it then. A big wow there from Scott. All right, let's hand you over to the commentary team for this one. It is JJ and Phil Yates.
First time ever, I agree with Carl Boyes. I think it is going to be 9-1, 9-2. It would need a massive performance from Mohammed Al-Balki to get this one won. Yuan Chua, not just one of the best players in the game, but one of the most informed players in the game. Al-Balki must be feeling quite nervous now, obviously competing in his home nation in the biggest tournament on the schedule against one of the biggest names in the sport. All of those things will combine to add to that nervousness. As for Yuan Chua, well, World 9-Ball Tour ranking number 5, I think he's got the potential to improve on that even. And his best ever finish in the World Championship was last year when he got to the semi-finals. One thing he'll want to avoid is the narrow squeak he had in round 1 here last time. He was pressed all the way by Hamza Ali, eventually winning, and very relieved to do so, 9-8. So Jeremy Jones, of course, Chua's a massive favourite. But I think he's the kind of player who won't be taking anything for granted.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, he's a guy that doesn't forget much, and you brought up that first round match of last year that was super fortunate to win it, really, and that's the thing he's trying to win right there in your picture, that World 9-Ball trophy. But, you know, if it wasn't for the amazing stuff that Fedor Gorst did in 2024, Yuan Chua is probably your player of the year with all the results he had throughout the year and that big win in Hanoi. He's going to be a fun guy to watch, and, you know, the man we're seeing right now, Muhammad, he's got to be pretty nervous, but, you know, get the arm swinging, you never know. But get a little experience before maybe you move on the one-loss side. We'll see.
Well, of course, the Saudi Arabian wildcards have already produced a shock result. Last night, Mohammed Barbad, he defeated Claudio Cacci 9-8. So anything is possible. Yes, of course, the defeat for Shane Van Boening was the biggest upset, the highest profile upset, but I thought Mohammed Barbad deserved an awful lot of credit for that result, because Claudio Cacci is improving all the time, and on the international stage now, he's highly regarded.
Yeah, and that's why you just can't make those early mistakes. I watched a bit of that match, and it was him fumbling through those first few racks, getting down 5-0 before getting on the board. And you saw the eventual outcome, a loss at 9-8. But I'll tell you, you got to give it to Tien, who beat Shane. I mean, he's certainly improved his game a lot and come a long way tactically and with the cue ball control. But, you know, you'd worry about a lot of guys maybe a little down the row if they lose their first match in this World 9-Ball Championships, but you got to believe Shane's going to pull through.
What an opening night it was for Vietnamese pool. The multitude of fans back there must have been loving it, because it wasn't just the long result that no one expected. Tuan Kok Wang also looked really good in winning his first match. In snooker, we've just had a Chinese world champion, Zhao Xintong, and that will do wonders for the game, not just in China, but in Asia in particular. And I think the same would apply. Can you imagine if there was a Vietnamese world champion? The explosion in interest in that country, which is already pool mad, would be off the charts. Anyway, here we go. It is the lag. Nearest that bottom cushion to determine who breaks off first. And it will be Yuan Chua. He nailed it. Chua's break-off, or should I say lag, It was beatable, but you'd need to be absolutely perfect. If that's a sign of things to come, I don't think Jeremy and I are going to be detained for a great amount of time with this match. Race to 9, here we go.
Yeah, well, a dry break to start. I was going to say, if there's ever a time and a guy that could do it to beat that 5 racks that Robbie Capito put up last night to try and get that 10K bonus, I think this is the guy and the timing, or the time to do it. As a big favorite, you're on a table that the pocket's going to play a hair easier. He's played on the slick table quite a bit in the last 18 months, so we'll have to see if he can maybe threaten that later in the match. It's not going to happen here in rack 1.
On the left leg.
Yeah, if I'm Robbie Capito, I'm not going down to the bank just yet, but I'm feeling pretty confident on 5.
Yeah, you got to feel like you might even get a piece of it if someone ties 5. I mean, five's going to be tough, especially as the match goes on or the tournament goes on. You know, you're not going to be up 3-0 with another chance for a break and run or something like that against, you know, as a big favorite. The matches are going to tighten up when it comes to the 2 players, and you know, where you may not take a chance just because the 250 on top is much more important than that 10K for the bonus.
Can I just say, what a fantastic idea it is. It's a really good talking point. It's extra prize money for whoever wins it, obviously, so that's an incentive in itself. It was, I think, what pool needed. In snooker, we've always had the high break prize, and that's a constant narrative. And I think this is really good. Whoever thought of it deserves a good pat on the back as we see Chua go airborne.
Yeah, very interesting shot to take on after the push out. Probably the jump cue here as well. Ball's very open. With the 2 over the corner, you figure whoever gets that 1 down will be a favorite to win rack 1. Now the rest of the matches have started, so of course Phil will keep you up to date on some scores as they develop.
Great camera angle. Oh, and a great opening, is it? The 9 is on the precipice. How did that stay out? That's literally a fraction of a millimetre from dropping. I'm sure it'll drop now.
Yeah, you really couldn't hit it any better, it seemed, and had to draw the cue ball with the jump shot to play the carom, but an easy combination to get on the board for Chua.
They are the sort you like. You might have seen there the 1 going in after the 9. That's no problem. Perfectly permitted. 9 ball in, 1-9 combination, the easiest you can imagine. Well, we perpetrate this cliche a lot, Jeremy, because it's true. And never was it truer than there. 9 ball pool, a game of fractions. In that case, minute fractions.
Yeah, very much so. And I'll tell you what, though, he hit it how he wanted, so we haven't got to see much of anything besides the jump shot from Muhammad, but we'll see more. And just a reminder, the juniors have gotten started here this afternoon at 1 o'clock, 16 of those. Teeing it off, trying to get this junior title here at the Worlds.
And this is what the prize fund is in the main event. A total of $1 million US at stake. The winner gets 250,000 US dollars. That's equal, the largest first prize in 9 ball history, equaled with last year. And where he is in the rankings, Johan Chua, if he were to win this, well, suddenly he'd be challenging for world number 1.
Yeah, much better break off there. And again, the spreads that the good breakers get, that's what opens up the door to put some racks together. And of course, being able to be the shot maker that Chua is, that also lends towards running more racks, because the most unpredictable shot in the game is the shot after the break.
last year, after squeaking through his opening match, Chua drew Jason Shaw in the second round. He missed a few of those and was beaten, but we weren't expecting that miss.
No, I really didn't see a whole lot wrong, you know, technically, but maybe just kind of overlooked it. You could see he was watching the cue ball, didn't really maybe even notice that he missed the 3 at first.
Al-Balki's debut in the World Championship. And talk about being thrown in at the deep end, up against one of the game's finest, out there on the main TV table.
Nice to see, shooting that ball in with a little authority. Could have played that one at a lighter speed, but a nice comfortable stroke there on the pink 4, excuse me. I was just going to say that shot was very difficult for position, because you don't want to end up short on the 6, but if you overrun, now you have an angle going away from the black 8. He's really got to try and get around the 9, I think, with the 8 back on the bottom cushion. So we'll learn a little bit about his cue ball and what his idea for moving it around. Probably has to go 3 rails to the short side and play the black 8 to the lower right.
I think the initial signs are promising. If Chua thought he would have an easy task, maybe he's revising that opinion.
And that's been overcooked a bit. Got kind of a sharp kind of backswing, so he's got to be careful with the speed control on the slick table. You see a big deep breath there. And he will attack here on the 9.
Looks like it's going to be one of those openings where Chua doesn't pot that many balls to take a 2-0 lead, just less than a handful. Mindful that the cue ball was going in the general vicinity of that middle pocket, but in goes the overwhelming favourite to win this match, takes a 2-0 lead. On table 2, Aloysius Yap 1-0 up on Phuong Nam Pham of Vietnam. Another entertaining Vietnamese player, Nguyen An Tuan. He's taken the first rack from Pius Labutis of Lithuania. David Al-Qaidi, never write him off in any tournament. Well, the veteran from Spain, 1-0 up on Marvin Assis. Mashari Al-Hazar from right here in Saudi Arabia has taken the first rack from Dimitris Lukatos. Wessam Haman, he's 1-0 up on James Aranas, who's eternally connected with Johan Chua because they formed the winning Filipino team at the 2023 World Cup off pool.
He racked 3.
And Konrad
Chua's break.
Yuzhushin has made a quick
Leading 2
start
racks to nil.
against Michael Feliciano. Yuzhushin leading 2-1. Riku Rompainen, the youngster from Finland, 1-0 up on Chris Melling.
Yeah, and it seems like every time I see Riku, he's grown another 3 inches. What is he, about 6'5" or 6'6" now? Is he 16 or 17 years old? Been watching him now for about 4 years, and a fun kid to watch play.
The 9-ball is going to go down, it seems. Indeed, it does. Yap 1-1 now. Well, he missed the 3 in the previous rack, did Johan Chua. Overcut it. And the 4 going past the 8. What a bonus that is.
Yeah, and he broke the balls beautifully in the last rack and kind of just overlooked that 3 ball for a break and run, or what would have most likely been a break and run, but now he's broken the balls nice again. Could he go forward here? He's going to draw back, play for the short pocket. He's just going to creep into position, but of course you can't have those results without a great break. Any of these events without breaking the balls well, but so far the breaks looked really good, and you never know about that that break and run bonus. Now looks like he's got to come some 2 to 3 rails between the 8 and 9. Kind of straightened out the cue ball. On the slick table, a lot of times players would rather draw the cue ball in a lot of positions rather than go forward. I think this is one of them. It's kind of drawn towards the 9 a little bit, though. Forward's a tough shot.
Judgment par excellence. He's an absolutely terrific shot maker, Johan Chua. We've already seen evidence of that as he tightens his grip. You can't wish for a better start than that. It was a 1-9 combination in the first rack, a missed 9-ball from his opponent in the second, and then Chua at his best in the third. It is 3-0 to the World 9-ball Tour ranking number 5. A warm welcome back to Jeddah in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as day 2 has begun at the Green Halls. Johan Chua, regarded by many, myself included, big title hope, leads 3-0 against Mohammed Al-Balki. 12 matches going on simultaneously right now, and at the end of this rack I will get you right up to date with some interesting scores.
And here, I think in position can run, if he can gain that position on the red 3. Don't know if the thick cut is too thin to hold the cue ball. Otherwise, he may play the bank cross corner right underneath where he's standing. That'll draw the cue ball towards the 3. Oh, he played the cut so he could kill the cue ball. I'll tell you, if he doesn't miss that little chip shot 3 ball in rack number 2, he's probably going to be sitting on 3 breaking runs here after he gets this one. So maybe in position to make a little run at that 5-pack that Robbie Capito put up last night.
Well, he's clearly in prime form and in stroke. At the Night Shot Dubai Open last week, he played Fedor Gorst in the final. They were tied at 6-6 and he pulled away 1-7 on the trot. Now, to do that against someone like Gorst, you have to be right at the peak of your powers.
Yeah, when we talked about it yesterday at the top of the show, that, you know, you talk about players that if they get out there, they got that talent to really start to make their game blossom and, you know, win more matches, run deeper in tournaments. And you could say the same about Johan, but it's a little different class. Once we felt like he'd get out here and play more often, that he was going to be a top 5 or 10 player in the world. That's just how high the talent level is for this man.
On table 2, Phnom Phan could be taking a 2-1 lead here over Aloysius Schaap. Although that less than ambitious positional shot has given him some work on the 9. Oh, the 8's over the pocket. Couldn't see it. I was wondering what he was doing there, Jeremy, but now it all fits in. Almost simultaneous 9 balls here for Wong Nam Pham. Another of that Vietnamese wave of players who all seem to be improving.
Yeah, when you talk about Vietnam, and everyone's heard it since, of course, the inaugural Hanoi Open, the pool rooms, 50 to 60 tables, 70 tables in some, always busy. But the main thing about always busy, they're all filled with the youth. That's the main thing. Not only the numbers, but young numbers at that. So they're going to catch up fast.
That's the thing with Vietnam and Hanoi in particular. It's the dynamic of the demographic. Piers Laboutis having trouble early on table 3. 3-0 down to Win Antoine, who's a very attacking player again from Vietnam. David Al-Qaidi 2-1 upon Marvin Assis. Now, Sanyan Perlovanovic over on table 11. He's one of the most popular players on the circuit. Absolutely smashing young man. And our condolences go to him because very recently his father passed away. So we're all wishing for Sanyan to do well here. And he's 2-1 up at the moment against Matthias Snigotsky. Table 12, which is not too far from our commentary position, actually. Albin Auschen, twice a winner of this fine title. He's taken the first rack from Emil Gangflo of Norway. So after that, there are 2 players very pleased. One, Mohammed Al-Balki, the other one, Robbie Capito.
Yeah, and good shout there, Phil. And I think Robbie will probably try to beat his own record, of course, try and get a little more insurance. But again, that's going to be a tough number to beat as these days move on. So I kind of like him right now as a favorite to at least get a piece of that pie. Well, Muhammad didn't take advantage of that more doable out earlier. Now even with ball in hand, a very tricky one. So he's looking at the 9 ball. Now, is he going to dress the cue ball up for a backdoor safety behind the blue 2 and the pink 4? That would be smart, but the only thing about that, that really lessens your chances of making this combination. It's a long shot anyways, but you got to have the safety with it. And I think, you know, of course, Win Antoine is a bigger name just because he's played longer, I think, than TN, the guy that beat SVB last night. But I think the same kind of thing. Very talented, can knock the balls in, play aggressive, but they both shored up the tactical side of things. A lot better cue ball. Now, he didn't play the safety. That's surprising. I would have maybe rolled at the cue ball behind the blue.
Well, he caught the 9 ball grossly thick. I'm surprised he didn't get closer with that one.
Yeah, especially ignoring the safety part of the shot. You anticipated him to threaten the pocket a bit more with the 9. Maybe he thought if he hit it decent, the 1 would filter over behind the brown 7 and the red 3, but he's going to be a huge underdog now. Or you expect so anyway. Oh, he's going to. We always know he goes for his shot, and there was a lot going on with that one, trying to kill the cue ball to hold for the 2, make a thin one on the 1. Of course, we can see many tables from where we're at. We can't see the entire venue, but we can see, you know, a good 6 or 8 tables or so. And I'm trying to keep an eye on, but it's hard not to watch the juniors that we worked with for a couple days. I mean, those kids are not only going to be fine players and a lot of talent, but what a lot of fun they are. They really kept me and Carl going for a few days, made the jet lag go away a bit easier.
Very nice bank. Let me quickly tell you one result or one scoreline I haven't given you yet. Another realistic possibility to lift this trophy. Well, the Dane finds himself 3-1 up on, make that 4-1 as I speak. 4-1 on Mahmoud Ibrahim Sharif. Didn't hit the 3 on the way down, and so the chance handed to Al-Balki. And really, Jeremy, if he's going to stand any chance of being competitive, these are the opportunities he has to devour.
Yeah, we can tell he's capable, that's for sure. He knocks in some nice balls, moves the cue ball nicely. Looks like pretty decent fundamentals overall. But you know the heart rate's got to be going. I mean, to be here in his home country, playing in the World 9-ball main stage against a name like Chua. But as the match goes, you tend to forget about that a bit. And now it becomes more about making those mistakes that start to get you wondering.
Jeremy, tell us about the first time you played a really high-profile match against one of the best in the business.
Well, it was probably in 1999, the first, the Camel Pro Billiard Series back in the day, first tournament of the year. I actually got to the final to play Earl Strickland. That's kind of was my breakout year on tour, and I kind of got overly happy, I think, to make the final. And he just whitewashed me 11-2. I mean, I made, I don't know how many mistakes the first 4 or 5 games, and then Earl just, a great player. Of course, all great players are great front runners, and he didn't let me shoot much from there, but I'll never forget that match. I think the final score was 11-2, by the way.
Of course, Earl Strickland has drawn Andy Goldstein in the Florida Open. Don't think that'll be a quiet match somehow.
Yeah, I don't think Andy's too afraid to rib anybody, and some players don't want to really mess with that part of Earl, but I think Andy's up for that task, and I'm actually playing that event as well. I really want to win that first match to have a shot to play Federer Gorst. I've never played him in any kind of match before, and probably not going to play a ton of pool in these next however many years it is myself anyway, so it'd be a great opportunity.
So you're also presumably as a former champion in the US Open as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Looking forward to supporting you, Jeremy. Just a lovely little move that. It was all subtle, but just making sure he took the green 6 away from the black 8. Clearing in 9-ball pool has one thing in common with making a big break in snooker. The leading exponents always give themselves as many options as they possibly can. Well, this match is going according to plan, and yet, had it not been for that 9-ball hanging on the lip in the first rack and Al Balki missing the 9 in the second, it could have been also different. I think it's a flattering scoreline, this. The actual scoreline is now 5-0. Now, when Antoine on table 3, he's 4-0 up on Piers Labutis, and I believe he's got the 9-ball to go 5-0 ahead. Wow, what a start this is. More than halfway to victory without Labutis getting off the mark yet. Marvin Assis 3-2 up on David Al-Qaidi now. James Arenas and Wessam Hammam, 2 racks each. Over on table 6, Elliot Sanderson, 2-1 up on Wyn Henry. Noticed he got a shirt on yesterday that said The Shouter, so maybe he's going to go back to his old ways and shout when he wins a match. This is the practice room. The facilities here are absolutely incredible.
Johan Church break, leading 5 racks to 0.
Wonderful to get ready for your games, to have tables like this in a setting like that, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely. Spare no expense, and the food's pretty darn good as well, and really treat the players like gold, as they should. I mean, these players deserve it. They put in a lot of time, travel the world, very, very rough schedule being a professional pool player, but this is the climax in a lot of ways.
Well, in terms of pure pots, that was perhaps one of his best of the entire match so far. The 6 being where it is, that could pose a problem, but he's more than likely to find a solution.
Yeah, he's going to be nice on the 5, and he doesn't mind taking a little distance on the 6 just to get that gap between the 8 and 9. Probably just pulls this over. Could come forward 2 rails into the line, but I really like just kind of soft drawing over and taking the cut. He's a little elevated. Not sure what he was looking at there. I think it's going to be a light draw stroke. Again, players would prefer over the follow if you have a choice for both. That'd be, oh, this is very, he was trying to draw 3 rails behind it. I didn't think that was necessary.
The horrible sound only a miscue can make. To pool players, to cue sports players the world over, the sound of a miscue is rather like someone scratching their fingernails down a blackboard.
Yeah, I always relate it to hitting the hosel on the golf club, but yeah, it's never pretty, and you know, a lot of times it's just maybe a little flinchy with the hand right there at impact. But he was trying to really.
Would have advised Jeremy, don't talk about the hosel because our director's having problems chipping.
Well, I haven't got to play. I've been hurt. I haven't got to pick up a club really since November when we were all in Florida there. But so I'm not too concerned about everyone else's golf game at the moment. I'm kind of curious. You know, I know it isn't 5 racks. I feel like P.S. Labutis did get to the table in those first 5 games, but I didn't see him at the table at all. So probably hasn't done a whole lot wrong to be down so many games early.
It's natural when you're not facing an opponent who's offering stout resistance to be a little blasé, a little on the side of taking a liberty or two. But if Al-Balki can win this rack and the next, Chua's intensity level will resurface.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting kind of thought because, man, he's shown us he can do some things. So, but it's an interesting thought because you'd say, oh man, Chua maybe plays safe against a little better player here or a guy that he feels is a big threat, but maybe not. We've seen him attack against the best in the semifinals, the finals. It does not matter.
Not for the first time he's done that, left himself well short. So really thin on this brown 7 ball. And of course, when you're hitting a pot thin, that means control is often compromised. Or at least made more difficult.
Okay, he's going to have some distance here. You know, you normally would like to come back with the cue ball. Could go forward and play the 9 from underneath. If he does come back, a little more missable, having to put a little more speed into the stroke and maybe watch out for the cue ball cross side. Wouldn't fault him if he played from underneath the 9.
Just can't seem to fit in the jigsaw. It's 5-0. It could easily have been 3-2 in favour of Al-Balki. And if this rack goes away from him as well, the prospect of a dreaded donut, call it what you will, rears its head. Well, another opportunity.
Yeah, now we'll see Muhammad play from underneath the 9. So Just got to pay attention to the speed coming across. Don't know the man's game, obviously, but this should be fairly routine. Oh, my. And that's the slick table, adding the right spin. If you get into the ball a little bit, you get a little more deflection. Ball tends to squirt to the left a bit more, and you catch that 8-ball thick.
Yeah, you can only feel for Al Balki. It's an alien situation, alien territory for him. Second nature for Johan Chua to be out there on the main and doing what he does best, potting balls. It wasn't the most clinical of racks, was it? But nevertheless, another one he's added to the total. Can't be more one-sided than this. It's 6-0. This is the 2025 World 9-Ball Pool Championship from Jeddah in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This session dominated by Filipinos. Next up, it's AJ Manis against Alexis Ferrer.
Foul stroke, all in hand.
I was just about to say this match has been dominated by a Filipino, Johan Chua, which is true. But how Mohamed Al Balki hasn't won a rack or two yet is beyond me. Another scratch on the break from Chua. He's making his mistakes. Al Balki's getting to the table, but he's still not able to convert. Maybe this is the chance he will accept. It's overdue. I think everyone's willing him on. Nicely done. Surely this one will not go astray. Oh, and it has. You cannot believe it. That's just pure nerves.
Little stretch, but again, you see all the other balls he knocks in. I agree with you, Phil. Just sometimes you get on that 9 ball in certain situations and you just don't see the same. Especially a big moment for the man. And he's going to try and slide this to the upper left. He's trying to play a little bit bigger pocket where he can use the side rail. Now he's going upper right. So this one's got to be hit very cleanly.
Never anywhere else.
Wins the 7th rack.
And so it looked as though we were going to have a 6-1 scoreline. In actuality, it is 7-0. And now the spectre of a whitewash looms extremely large. Also on 7 racks, Michael Feliciano, one of Johan Chua's fellow countrymen. He leads Konrad Juzushin 7-3. This is the miss. Mohamed Al-Balki will not want to see that one ever again.
Looks like P.S. Labudas is on the 9 to win 3 on the trot. Cut that score back to 5-3. Look at Pham on table 2 with a 4-2 lead over our number 2 seed here this year, Aloysius Yap.
And there's one match that's lagging immensely behind the others. On table 12, Albin Auschen leads Emil Gangflow 2-1. Marvin Assis from the Philippines 4-3 up on David Al-Kadi. 2023 World Cup winner James Arenas level with Wessam Hamam at 3-3. Chris Melling's back in front against Riku Rompainen.
Rack 8.
3-2.
Break. Leading 7 racks to
And
net.
for Wong Nam Pham on table 2 leads Aloysius Yap 4-2. Interesting scoreline, that one.
And again, you only have to win 2 out of 3 no matter how you do it to advance into that final 64. But the difference is, you know, there's going to be some, like we're seeing here, that's going to be a big favorite. But there's going to be a lot of those really tough matches because it's the World Championships and we have a limited field at 128. And it's really the cream of the crop.
Yes, in the matchroom majors like the Florida Open, UK Open, US Open, you name it, normally it's a 256 player field. And so early on, it is a case of quite a lot of runaways because of the variable standard. Top pros are coming up against very enthusiastic amateurs. But here, as Jeremy said, it's a smaller field and easy draws are very difficult to come by.
Okay, trying to run the cue ball behind the 8. Trying to use the 6 and 7 for a little cover on the red 3. Pretty good effort.
We talked about easy draws, Jeremy, and the fact they're scarce to say the least. If Chua comes through this, which seems overwhelmingly likely, his next opponent will be Hungary's Oliver Szolnoki, who's been a semi-finalist.
Yeah, and good to see Oliver back out. You know, didn't play as many events there for a little while, but just, I kind of call him the mad scientist on the table. I've been seeing a lot of pool and learned a lot from a lot of great players, been very fortunate, but when it seems like when I watch Oliver play just a match or two, I learn something more and more. Just a very smart player that's, you wouldn't think just watching him play, he's one of the best in the world, but I think he's certainly a top 30 or 40 guy.
With that stance he's got, which is so wide, I don't think he would fit into one of the smaller pool rooms where there's limited access around the table.
Well, a little like Josh Filler as well. He's got the head cocked a little bit. You know, he's kind of like I don't know what the right word is, but a little different look, you would say, but a very efficient player. And once he gets comfortable knocking the ball in, very dangerous.
He doesn't look at Johan Chua. He's 33 years of age. They call him Badko. He's from Bacolod in the central Philippines. And he's been around for a while, but it was last year that he made the biggest impact and really signed his name onto the elite sheet.
Yeah, well, you know, 33 and still was playing, you know, a decent amount of pool when I first saw him, but I've been around the playing and really have only seen him prior to the last few years come to the States just a small handful of times.
Now, there are a group of people in this room right now who most certainly aren't 33. They're less than half that. The juniors taking part in the Saudi Pool Championship Junior event, which is taking place right now. And you got to know a lot of them, Jeremy, by doing coaching sessions with them over the last few days.
Yeah, just a great group. We worked with the Saudis that are in the event. That's 8 of the 16 that are fortunate enough to get to play here. And again, kids that want to learn, kids that pay attention. They have a lot of fun doing so, though. I mean, of course, they're very young, but it's just a true pleasure to get to work with them.
So it's a double elimination format in that junior event to the last 8 when it's single elimination. And races you can get your teeth into. Well, this match if you just looked at the scoreline, you would assume the way it's gone would have been very different from actually the way it really has gone, which is Al-Balki having plenty of chances but unable to take any of them.
Yeah, I mean, not quite as much as, you know, Sam didn't have quite as many chances against Federer, but a little similar until towards the end of that match where, you know, Sam just made some nice shots to get in position to win racks, just kind of maybe got snookered or missed an easy ball. But we can see, though, Muhammad is his first World 9-Ball Championships. We may get to see much more of him in the future. Went for the slow roll on the one.
Ture, of course, was in the semi-finals here last year, lost out to Eklund Kachi. He was actually 6-2 up in that match, and then Kachi won the last 9 racks to win 11-6, but he did beat some fine players en route to the last 4. The likes of Albin Auschen, Koping Han, Max Lechner, Mohamed Soufi, and Dang Junhu. And he said, actually, in a piece I read before the championship began, a preview of this tournament, that he thought this was the tournament that was the springboard to all the good stuff that happened subsequently.
Yeah, absolutely. And went on to win Hanoi, of course, but I'm kind of curious what we're going to see from Eklund here. You know, after that, didn't have the best, what was it, European Open, then decent European Open, but not the best for him. And then the PLP didn't go very well right after, but then he went on almost like motivated, and he went on to the US and played a couple events, and he had some nice results. But I'm curious how much he's played since then, and that was all the way back in April, which is a long time for pool players to take off, especially coming into such a competitive event like this World 9-Ball. When Antoine has put another on his side, so it's something like 7-2 or 3.
Well, Mohamed Al-Balki will not have an easy task in his next match, because he will take on the German youngster who's full of promise, Felix Vogel.
Yeah, Felix was down 3 or 4-0 yesterday before he tied it at 5. Went on to lose that match 9-5, but really watched him. I like the way what he does, Felix. Watched him practice a lot yesterday, and he's one that certainly will gain a lot of experience and a lot of confidence the more of these he plays.
In the World Championship, you don't see an awful lot of whitewashes, although we did see one yesterday. Woo Kun Lin whitewashed our New Zealand competitor.
Yeah. And Woo Kun Lin is another guy, just because, you know, you have some that are quiet. They're not as, you know, outgoing at the table as others like a Chua or whatnot. But Woo Kun Lin is a guy that I think gets overlooked quite often. Goes about his business in a very fine manner and has a lot of skills. I think former semifinalist in the World 9-Ball.
He was indeed, and to beat Sullivan Clark 9-0, you've got to play pretty well, because he knows his way around a pool table, does Clark.
Yeah, and what I'm watching with these tables is, at least now, you can kind of slide the ball in a little bit. You know, the pocket's not playing quite as difficult as it will later in the week. But if you have to put any speed, if you start to get out of line with the position of the cue ball and have to get into it a little bit to recover, those pockets shrink quickly. I was going to say, he may fluke that in the side.
It won't bother Ture in the slightest, but he has lost the race to record the first victory of day 2 of the World Championship. That distinction goes to Michael Feliciano, who's beaten Konrad Juzushin heavily, 9-3.
Yeah, I haven't seen Michael in a while, and we've missed him at a few events this year, but just talking to him and looking at him, he looks as good as I've seen away from the table. Just looks very healthy and looks very focused. He's a fun character. Not only playing, he's fun to watch, but he's very entertaining.
And after that, the entertainment here might be about to end.
It's going to be difficult to get position on the purple 5 with the 9 impeding, though, so you may see him maybe send the 9 towards one of these pockets. When Antoine on table number 3 has the 8 and 9 to go up 8-3 on P.S. Labutus. He really put together a performance. All right, pretty smart here. He's going to play this with a little left spin, trying to spin this purple 5 and come down below the 7. I'm not sure the score. I'm going to get that for you, but Emil Ganflo's spending a lot of time at the table against a former 2-time champion at this event. Only 2-2 there, so it is a slow one, but it looks like he should go up 3-2.
What a pot that was. Coaxed in with the side, of course, but nevertheless, a typical Johan Chur pot. He's got so many tricks in the box, hasn't he?
Yeah, and we're going to get to see another. He's going forward with this cue ball, trying to come before the side, off the left, to the top rail and down. Wow. That made the 5 ball look like ball in hand.
Oh, that was just sensational. Sensational from Johan Chur. The job from 7 to 8, not quite so sensational, but he's just about on it.
Yeah, close quarters. He can keep an angle, no problem.
Mohammed Al-Balki will rue missed opportunities, most notably a quite simple 9-ball. He didn't get a rack on the board. Instead, Johan Chur, number 5 in the world 9-ball ranking and already a major winner on this tour, is through by a perfect score of 9-0.
Welcome back to day 2 of the World Pool Championships. Johan Chua, semi-finalist at last year's World Championship, number 5 seed, breezed through his opening match, didn't he? Sealing that victory 9-0. A really convincing performance there from Bagkoy. Let's see how the stats are shaping up then, and this is the results so far. As you can see, Chua 9-0 win over Mohammed Al Baiki, and there's still a few matches in play at the moment. Well, we're joined by Johan Chua right now. Chua, that was your first match. How did it feel? A convincing victory for you?
Yeah, it's always nice to win the first one, and I'm really trying to adjust in the table, but yeah, hopefully it will be good for the second one.
Was there a turning point for you in that second rack?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the second rack was, I think I missed an easy 3-ball, the opening shot, so I am just so happy that, I passed through the first round, and hopefully I can play more better.
Carl, what was the difference up there today?
Johan Chua is just too good for his opponent. And I said you would win 9-1, Johan, so you let me down a little bit. It was 9-0. Johan, just a quick question. How much confidence have you got coming into this year? Obviously, semi-finals 12 months ago. Where's your game at right now? I know you've just won a big tournament in Dubai.
Well, I think I'm more prepared this year, so hopefully if I will be given a chance again to be able to in the semi-finals this year. I will be more prepared, and I gain a lot of experience through the whole 12 months. And yeah, hopefully I'll just gonna do my best, and we're gonna try to chase that one.
Was beating Vetter Gorst in the finals last week, did that do anything for your confidence coming into this week? Obviously Gorst, the reigning champion.
Well, definitely, of course, yeah. Beating the world number 1 and one of the best player in the world right now is such a great feeling for me. Like I said in the past interview, it's one for the book for me. I won some few events, but that one is very special to me because beating world number 1 is such an amazing feeling.
Johan, you reached semi-finals last year. What are your expectations this year? Are you looking to go further? Confident that you can?
Yeah, of course I can, but I don't pressure myself too much. My goal is to show up and do all the best I can, and let it all to God.
Nothing seems to faze him.
No, and I got one last question. If you win this event, will you get a new watch?
Definitely, I'll get a new one.
Oh, you will?
Yeah.
What will it be?
We're gonna do the Richard Mille.
Richard Mille.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, big time. Okay.
Move it away from the watch conversation. Carl, what do you think? Can Johan go all the way, do you think?
Oh, without a doubt. If you said pick 3 players, he would be in my list, probably Scott's and JJ's as well. He's the real deal. Taken away from what Fedor Gorst did last season, winning the big 3, he was the next player on tour. You'd say he had a phenomenal season as well. He was going deep in events, he was winning events. He's a serious contender here this week.
Yeah, AJ Manners is up next. Are you going to be keeping an eye on him in his match?
Yeah, of course. He's our rising star from my country, so we're gonna support them, both of them.
Of course, with
especially
Alexis Ferrer as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're both newcomers, so yeah, we're gonna support them all the way.
Okay, well, let's see how the next session is shaping up then, shall we? This is the order of play coming away this afternoon. As I've just mentioned, it is the young hotshot AJ Manners. He takes on his fellow countryman Alexis Ferrer. We've also got Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Looking forward to see what he has to deliver this afternoon. Right, Johan, we're going to let you go. Well done. First match out the way for you. AJ Manners, young hotshot in action this afternoon. What are you looking to see from him?
Well, it's more what you're going to see, Anna, because obviously you're new to pool. This is your first event. This kid here, he is a phenomenal talent, just the way he plays the game. He plays it very unique to a lot of the other players. He plays very fast. He gets down on his shot very quick. He is not scared to pull the trigger. And, if you're new to pool and you've never watched 9-ball, when you watch AJ Manners play, he certainly gets your ears up on end. He just plays it such a beautiful way.
And what about Alexis Ferrer? What will he bring to the table?
He's a player that I'm not 100% certain of, but we all know, being around pool for so long, when you see the Filipino flag next to a player's name, you know they're good at pool. And the reason being is pool's such a massive sport over in the Philippines. It's been led from the legend Efren Batareyas. He paved the way for all these young men, and he looks a little kind of edgy in his chair, I won't lie. Obviously he's on the main table. Obviously, there's not a massive crowd here just yet.
No, but we've already seen what a difference it makes, because it does add the pressure. You do see those extra few nerves appearing.
Yeah, and I don't know how well these two know each other. Obviously, they will know each other, but I don't know if they're really close or, you know, whereabouts they both live in the Philippines. I don't know. But AJ Manis is the player that has been spoken about. He's got a massive social media following. You know, he does a lot on social media. Obviously, he's the young man. This modern way, he's got a massive following, and you'll see just the way he's kind of warming up there. This is how he will be playing when the match starts.
All right, well, let's get to it then, shall we? And hand you over to your commentary team with this one, Scott Frost and Michael McMullen. Hi, guys.
Hi, Anna. Welcome along, everyone. You know, Scott, in every sport, expressions like exciting young talents get thrown about so easily, but boy, does it apply to both of the guys in this one.
Yeah, Michael, thanks for having me. I am pretty stoked, to say the least. Farrar, I guess is how we pronounce it, from what I've been told. I've not seen any of him, and I think that's what makes this so fun, because we know how talented the young AJ Manis is.
We always talk about it, don't we, that whenever we see someone with the Philippines flag next to them coming to these events, even if we don't know much about them, we know they're going to be a good player. And Ferrer just underlined that again recently with the win in that ranking event just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, pretty strong what he's done so far. I keep looking for Manis to break through. He is a superstar in his country. And I'll tell you what, I don't think there's a more natural player on the planet, and I include Filler in that list. This young man here on the screen is something special.
It's a massive call. But you've got the authority to say these things, Scott, and I'm sure we'll see him underline that in this match. And just while we're waiting for it to start, let's look at some of the other scores. David Al-Kaidi, who's been a semi-finalist in the World Championship in the past, 6-5 down against yet another Philippines player, Marvin Assis. Pius Labutus has been doing well in a number of these big events as we look at the main tables there. Over the last few years, Labutus, well, he has got another one back, but he's 8-5 down to Nguyen An Tan on table 3. And there you can see Aloysius Yap, UK Open winner, world number 2, but a couple of racks behind against Phong Nam Pham, one of those Vietnamese players who's been steadily improving over the last couple of years. Elliot Sanderson, one of 5 British players in the draw, leading 5-4 against Wen Henry. Sanyan Pelevanovic going really well, 7-2 against a very difficult opponent, Mateusz Sniegocki of Poland. Chris Melling, another of the British contingent, has just edged ahead at 5-4 against Finland's Riku Rompeinen. Albin Ocean, twice the winner of this championship, 3-2 down against Norway's Emil Gangflo. Mickey Kraus, part of the winning Mosconi team last year, is a 7-3 lead over Mahmoud Ibrahim Sharif. And that brings you pretty much up to date. Incidentally, that Aloysius Yap match that I mentioned, the winner of that will play the winner of this one. So, a tough one awaiting the winner in the next round, but really, this in itself is a tough one for both of them. And it's AJ Manis to start us off.
I watched the cue ball. I was about to say good signs with the one dropping, but the cue ball into the right side, ball in hand, out of the gate for Farrar. And it did not catch a piece of the 9, so that was 2 rails direct.
Yeah, I mentioned he won a ranking event. Literally just came out of nowhere, not someone we're familiar with at all on the World 9-Ball Tour. He won one of the smaller ranking events in Hanoi just over a fortnight ago. And you know, we always talk about those events and we say smaller ranking events, and it makes it sound like it was almost easy to win it. But you look at the lineups for those tournaments and you look at some of the players you have to get past to win, including AJ Manis, who he actually beat on his way to that title.
That don't play a role. They always do. It's in the back of the player's mind. Not that it's going to make a difference, but it is there. So I don't see a lot of trouble here, Michael.
So he beat the experienced Chang Yu Lung in that final in Hanoi. He was 12-7 up. That got pegged back to 12-10, but he got his chance in the next rack. Potted a 2 along the side of the table and then had a routine 3-9 combination and then punched the air in delight, and a little bit of relief as well because he had been staring at the growing prospect of losing from having been so far in front. And the remarkable thing about that final, you know, when you talk about winning the safety battles, you expect it to be the experienced player, but actually it was the quality of Ferrer's safety that really was such a key to winning that final earlier this month in Vietnam.
Yeah, eerily similar, these two players. Very on the ball, maybe a little too quick there. The 8 impeding the cue just a bit. Here's a very good look. Going to the side pocket, and that's a big-time shot in game number 1. Great recovery. Notice how clean the 7 drops there. That does tell us a little bit about how he's feeling.
Yeah, out on the main table at the World Championship against someone who actually has a good deal more experience than he does of playing in this sort of environment. And Ferrer looks totally unfazed by it. Oh, and just as I say that, well, he did leave himself a slightly more difficult 9 than anticipated, but boy, we didn't see him missing that.
Yeah, he slightly raised up on the 8, and why the cue ball fell short. Overcut, but typically with the cleaner balls and the conditions, if they miss the ball, it's typically thin.
You've still always got to pot that 9, haven't you, to get over the line, no matter how well you've played and how good you've looked in the rack. Ferrer didn't do that, and so Manus, despite the scratch on the break, ends up getting back in to win it. And I don't know about you, Scott, but even this early on, looking at that bit of body language in the chair, that's not good. We'll talk about that a bit more in the moment. These are the World 9-Ball Tour rankings at the moment. Federer Gorst, the runaway number 1 after that amazing 2024 he had. Yap has climbed to number 2 after his UK Open win, ahead of Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. And then Joshua Filler at number 4, former winner of this title. Chua, as we've said, at number 5. And then Eklund Kachi, last year's runner-up here, is 6th. Ko Ping Chung, former US Open winner. Vastly experienced pair of David O'Cady and Jason Shaw after that. And then Mickey Kraus, who had so many highlights in 2024, one of which was ending the run of Francisco Sanchez Ruiz as world champion when we were here just over 12 months ago. Kraus rounding out the top 10. But going back to that, did you pick up on that? The body language from Ferrer didn't look good in his chair.
Yeah, we had a great shot of Manus in the main behind him. He looked a little off in the facial expression. This kid here never gives us anything. And there's a really clean break, went directly into the 9 as he'd liked. Now, the green 6 going to cause a little bit of a problem, and I don't know if the rollout's realistic in this position. And it's not. He is going to the air. Big rewards here. If he can get the blue down, it might carry. Otherwise, I guess you could go with the 9. Yeah, and that's what he tried to do, is go at the 9, but the backup is the distance with the cue ball, and that is not the end of the world. This is long and straight. So he was trying to clip a piece of the 9 here.
Yeah, if you're wondering what Scott's talking about in terms of going at the 9, if you're not familiar with 9-ball, and we know for these big events we get some casual viewers and newcomers to the game. Basically, the winner of the rack is whoever pots the 9-ball, but you don't necessarily have to pot all the other balls first, so long as you hit the lowest numbered ball remaining on the table first. If that then is used as a way of getting to the 9 and potting it, you can win the rack that way.
And I like his decision there. Just caught a piece of the point with the cue ball in the side pocket. Otherwise, I think he's even better. Manus can use the 8 and 6 here. Yeah, notice the 3. Not in the greatest of positions, even though the 9 is there. Don't let that fool you. Nothing easy about a 3-9 combination, really, from anywhere. I wouldn't expect him to take this bank on. I think you can use the 5. He's trying to. It's lengthened out on him quite a bit. I don't know if you're playing this aggressively to the top right by any means. Cue ball going away from the 3 if you do. But he's aggressive, you never know.
These two are among 17 players from the Philippines in the field, most of any nation.
Actually, a couple of good innings right there. I really like what Manis did, just rolling the 2 up behind the 6 and 8. And then Farrar, a nice kick and hold on the blue too. So, a couple of really good innings. Yeah, the speed looks absolutely ideal here. Kind of a game of cat and mouse right now. Like I said, the 3 really in a funny position. Don't let the 9 fool you like something is easy over there, because it is definitely not easy. It did just become a little easier now in a bigger ball position, now that the 9 is not frozen. Yeah, he still wants to play this 3 rail first, just a tick. You cannot shoot it straight on. The 9 will not go. So this is not easy. Tough to judge from this distance. Michael, he chose to go straight playing round first, which I felt like was a little bigger pocket going the round first version.
Yeah, and raising his hand there, an acknowledgement of the good fortune he's had in terms of his opponent hook on the 3. It's a bit of good fortune, which in the end has yielded an opportunity for Manis. About 2 years ago, I think we really started to become aware of Manis in a big way on the international stage. He actually got to a ranking final right at the end of 2023 when he was only 16 in Singapore. It was Ko Pin Yi who beat him. He's been to the last 32 of the Hanoi Open and almost went further, losing Hill to Carlo Biado in a really thrilling match, one of the best matches of that tournament, really.
Actually very similar to one P.S. Labutis. Once down on the ball, does not stroke the cue really at all, just addresses the cue ball and fires. I've seen him at times, I think maybe his nemesis at times under the gun. The older he gets, maybe a little more time he'll take over the cue ball, but it's what makes him the player he is as well.
Nine goes in, so AJ Manis has an early 2-0 lead over Alexis Ferrer. And you know, Scott, the thing about these Philippines players, when they come to these tournaments for the first time at a young age, they don't come here at all with the attitude of, I'll get a couple of matches maybe under my belt, get a bit of experience and build from there. They come to these events looking to go far and beat the biggest players. And you think of Harry Vergara as an obvious example of that from the Hanoi Open last year when he got to the quarters and beat Shane Van Bonen. And it's amazing how these Philippines players just turn up and do well first time out on the international stage.
Yeah, Michael, I mean, when they're in their country, it's almost like the best training camp in the world. I mean, well, I guess your garbage man probably plays better than your average American pool player.
There you can see what the prize money on offer is. $250,000 to the winner. Fedor Gorst scooped that amount last year. But it's not just that, is it? You look down through the field. If you can get any kind of decent run going here, it can be a very good payday. And of course, every one of those dollars counts as a world ranking point. So you can make huge strides up the rankings, and that has all sorts of implications for seedings and indeed your chances of getting into some of the big elite prestige events. AJ Manis will doubtless feature in many of those over the years, and he leads 2-0 here.
All right, the one was short, maybe a touch thin, but the cue ball tells me it wasn't. So just a little bit of a miss hit. The spread wasn't there either. A bit off. He really got into the cue ball. It wasn't a real thick hit, so might have caught him a bit thin, still dug into it. It's kind of like 2 games in a row handed to Manis, but a little bit of help from Ferrer.
Yeah, put it this way, Ferrer could have been 2-0 up himself.
I don't see any reason to have to go forward here. Really just come out 2 rails with out and above the purple 5. He didn't. Well, it reached out well.
I guess a big factor, Scott, just looking at that prize money graphic we saw a minute ago, it's so much more than these players are used to playing for week in, week out, and indeed even in previous years. So a big factor in your chances of doing well here is how much you can put that out of your mind, which is so hard to do because ultimately everyone's trying to earn a living, and this is a bigger chance, a much bigger chance than you get for the rest of the year to, well, effectively make your year's salary in one go.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what happens when you're somebody like Fedor Gorst, right? Don't think it wasn't on his mind last year, but once you get past that and win a major event, then that really just kind of disappears. To Michael's point, for these young guys, they have to kind of come out of the gate like that, because the minute they start thinking about the money, it can really tighten that back arm up. He's got work to do here. I think he's got to run into the 9.
Yeah, is this going to be another rack that looked to be heading his way and ends up slipping away from him? Tense moments, these.
Watch the scratch from behind. He's going to go forward here. Wants to catch a piece of it coming out, I believe. Yeah, just does not look settled, and I've not seen him play. See it in the body.
We say it so often, though, don't we? Players who aren't used to playing on the main table, they might look fine at first, but once they miss one, it really seems to get in their head, much more than it might do on one of the outside tables. And perhaps that's what's happening here.
Yeah, and he's missed it to the thin side again, like the 9 in game number 1.
Oh, but when your opponent is maybe struggling a bit mentally, you've got to make him pay for it. Just did not do that there. Ferrer, although this hasn't fallen too kindly for him, at least still breathes in this 3rd rack.
Yeah, can he get enough in behind the 9 to hold the cue ball right there? Kick and stick, we call it. He'd love to. Oh boy, I don't know. I do not know. I think they called it okay. Yeah, it looked good. Great call, actually. Oh, is this going to fall? Just holds up. This is exactly what Ferrer needed.
Well, you have to say, any of the possible scores you could have after 3 racks were very possible, given the way these racks have played out. So Ferrer should have won the first, might have won the second, and eventually has won the third. Manus now leads 2-1. Day 2 of the World Championship, and 2 very promising young Philippines players in action here. Not really taken off as a contest yet. Really, all 3 racks could have gone either way, but 2 of them have gone to AJ Manus. The last one went to Alexis Ferrer, and he is breaking in the 4th. First look at his break, so tell us about it, Scott.
Well, he's got a ball down, I believe, but the one was very short. It's not what he's looking for, unless he's playing the wing ball. We have not seen that, really. so far in the first day or so. Yeah, he's gotten a kiss off the 8, or excuse me, off the 6, making the 8. And a tester out of the gate distance in your practice room. This is fairly easy, but here he's got to probably run into the 6 or the 2. Or both.
I think anything's easy in the practice room here. It's the finest practice room you will see anywhere. Yeah, we were talking during the break there. So I was calling him Ferrer, and you were calling him Ferrar. Now I'm basing that on Albert Ferrer, the old Chelsea player from years ago, who I'm sure you know. But you have told me you've actually done some research on it, and you've been assured it's pronounced Ferrar, so that's what we're going to go with. Of course, it lends itself to a wonderful nickname. He could become known as Alexis Ferrari in years to come.
Yeah, one of the producers actually came up to me, because I actually asked him how to pronounce the name, so he went over to one of the managers of Ferrar and came back with the information. Now we are only doing what we're told. Going behind the 4 and 5 here, I would assume. Well, he might have left a gap. It's close. If not, the jump cue is definitely doable here. Only going over a piece of the purple 5. Yeah, he's leveled out, so he's got a clean look. That's a big error. And so is this, Michael.
Yeah, again, I think when we come to these big events with new viewers, and particularly those watching in the UK, might be used to snooker and might wonder what we're talking about when it comes to jumping over balls. Well, you can do it in this game. And of course, the players have jump cues, and they have got more advanced over the years, and they spend a lot of time practicing that specific part of the game. And for a lot of players, it's a huge weapon to have if they're good at it. Can tell you it's increasingly likely now that whoever wins this will play the UK Open champion Aloysius Yap of Singapore in the next round, because he's really turned it around and is now on the hill at 8-5 against Quang Nam Pham of Vietnam.
Yeah, I gotta wonder how close these two are. Obviously both from the Philippines, both very familiar with one another's games. Sometimes you just kind of feed off of one another. It almost feels like that's what's happening right now.
I do know they've played each other quite a bit in recent times. I was looking around this morning. They have met recently on a number of occasions, including that quarter-final in the ranking event in Hanoi.
Yeah, what a big shot that was. Could that be a moment that sets the tone, really gets him feeling well? It's always one shot within a rack or within a match that gets you going, makes you just kind of loosen up. Very intense player, Alexis.
Well, how quickly things can change. Even allowing for the break we had after the last rackets. Only 7 or 8 minutes ago that looked like he might be heading 3-0. And here he is now, level at 2-all. So let's look at some other scores. Mickey Kraus, who, as I was saying, knocked out the defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz here last year, has won 9-3 against Mahmoud Ibrahim Sharif. And there you can see on table 3, Pius Labutus, who's done so well in a number of the big matchroom events over the last couple of years, has been beaten 9-8 by Wenan Tan, and so we'll go to the loser's side. David O'Cady won away from defeat on table 4, trailing Marvin Assis 8-6. James Aranis, who along with Johan Chua won the World Cup for the Philippines a couple of years ago, leading 8-4 against Wessam Hamam. Albin Ocean, twice winner of this World Championship, and the only man to have played in the final of it 4 times, now level at 4-all with Emil Gangflo of Norway. Sanjin Pelovanovic has won 9-2 against Mateusz Niagocki. That's an impressive margin of victory against that fine Polish player. That brings you pretty much up to date. Early stages of this one, 2-all. And another look at the break of Farrar.
Okay, better adjustment there. Getting the 1 down. And he's going to have a look at the 2. You'll see the 3 up in the top left as well. Can he go into the 7 now? I don't know if the path is clear up and down. Here's a look. He sneaks the 1 in low. Oh, he's held it very well. Very well. Anywhere center table is fine. You don't have to try to get any closer. Eerily similar styles between these two, really, once down on the ball. A little more mechanical is Farrar.
There's so many good players from the Philippines. Would you, Scott, as a keen observer of the game and its technicality, say there's any such thing as a Philippines style that's particularly common? Or are they as mixed and diverse as anywhere else?
It's a good question. It's definitely changed from the Efren era, the Efren Reyes era, in my opinion. You know, you had Bustamante with that long, loopy, loose stroke, and then Efren with the pump. And I think it's changed quite a bit since then, but I don't think anybody's really set the tone for styles over there.
They do play each other so often. There's such an active pool scene in the Philippines with all the best players, and boy, are there plenty of those playing each other on a regular basis. Of course, they'll have a chance to shine in a big international event in their own land, in the Philippines Open. And that is added to the calendar later in the year for the first time. And something else that looks like it's about to happen for the first time is Farrar leading in this match. And it feels at the moment, Scott, like with every passing shot, he's settling in a little more.
Yeah, you almost feel like Manis didn't quite take advantage when it was handed a little bit. And when that happens, the other guy can get more comfortable because he's already made those mistakes and now feels comfortable going forward that he might get a second shot.
Yeah, and also he's seeing that Manis, who is a bit more familiar with being out on big stages, can make mistakes here as well. Manis missed his chance to go 3-0 up, and he hasn't won a rack since. Farrar in front for the first time at 3-2. David Alcady now trailing 8-7 against Marvin Assis. Dimitris Loukatos of Greece, who's been a quarter-finalist in a Matchroom Major in the past. 8-4 up on Mashari Al-Hazar of Saudi Arabia, so Loukatos just wants one more. Ko Pin Yi is just starting against Badr Alawadi on table 3. That's one we'll be keeping an eye on. Tobias Bongers of Germany has won the first couple of racks against the experienced Greek player, Alexander Kazakis. And Alban Ocean, winner of this championship on 2 occasions, has just won the 9th rack to go 5-4 up on Emil Gangflow. 3 in a row then for Farrar.
Alexis Ferrer to break
us in the 6th.
3 racks, 2-2.
Okay, that's the cleanest. I've seen the 1 go to the side. He's made great adjustments there. Where does the 3 end up? It's in a bad position because he is covered on the blue 2. And this is a spot where I think you've got to roll out. These young guys, you can never really tell. They're so aggressive and so talented.
Push out called.
Got a pretty bad flick there. I like this rollout. Testing Manis, kind of preemptive there. Maybe a little bit of a 2-way where he can roll this down into the lower left and has cover if he doesn't get it down. just because of where the 6 and 4 are. I think he's got a bit of an angle as a backup safety. Oh, he's going to let Alexis back to the table. Yeah, I think it kind of got away from him. I think he was trying to shoot the 2 away and avoid the 9, sending the 2 up table. Just caught it too heavy. Gonna like his next look, I don't believe. Should be welded to the back of the 7. Well, he's got the 7 first with the 2. I mean, that was pretty much a layup as far as the safety.
Manus ultimately looking to get through to single elimination for the 2nd year in a row in the World Championship. Started last year with a hill finish that he came through against Canada's John Morra and then beat the 2019 runner-up Chang Yong Lin, who obviously we've been talking about this week, in winners qualification. So 2 fine wins, but then played Alexander Kazakis and lost 11-1 in the last 64, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, I think he's forced to go airborne here. Kind of hope for the best. Just make solid contact. You do have a little bit of a wall. Now, which way do you go? Do you just chip the 2 below the 6, 7, and 4? And he went this route. I think this leaves a little better hit if he didn't leave the gap. Wow. The gap was there. I'm a little surprised Manish didn't chip the 2 underneath those balls and come down behind the 8 in that direction. I'd like to get the 2-9 combination moving.
Did get the 2 moving.
Yeah, is he thinning the left side of the blue here? Got to catch this real thin. That's going to work. It's really going to work. That's kind of what I want Manage to do earlier. Now he's putting himself in this situation.
Yeah, and that goes back to what I was saying earlier, that Ferrer's safety was so impressive in that event in Hanoi in the final against Chang Yulong.
Yeah, really good effort right there. Really good effort. I mean, right on the money. I think if the speed's just a little firmer. Great look. Just edging this ball, or is he going at it? I don't believe it's got a corner pocket. To the top left anyway. Going to the top right now. Yeah. Yeah, I think this angle might be misleading us. He's snookered.
Yeah, the overhead tells a much truer picture, doesn't it? And as a result of that, he's left a bit of an opening. Manus needs to get something going again. Wouldn't say by any means to lead 2-0, but he was at least in front in the match and he's gone a bit off the boil. Hasn't really settled in himself yet.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a scruffy match so far. Just easy to set the expectations a little too high because they're so talented, but they are human. They are on the biggest stage. And they are the same countrymen. Nice combination there.
Yeah, and even just a moment like that we've just seen from Manus might be what he needs to begin. Bit of a turnaround. So should have got to 3 some time ago. Before his opponent has got a single rack on the board. Oh, but hang about. Well, wherever he intended to put it, I don't think it was there.
Well, this is kind of what I was touching on, Michael, where sometimes he'll get down on the ball and just pull the trigger real quick. You know, if he takes an extra split second, things change. But sometimes it causes him problems.
Still managed to retain position on the 8 anyway, and now it's a routine 9. So, Manus, after losing 3 in a row, takes that one. Draws level. 3 each. Aloysius Yap, who won the UK Open in such fine style back in May in Telford, has within the last few minutes come through his first test here, beating Pong Nam Pham by 9 racks to 5. So he now awaits the winner of this match between AJ Manis and Alexis Farrar, and that's level at 3-all as Manis breaks in the 7th.
Oh, watch the 9. And this is doable, and this is a fun shot to watch. You can suck the cue ball with like a low left towards the 9. It's not something you want to overhit, so speed is real important here. Just really let the cue ball work towards the 9 with a low left ball. Oh, he's fluked the 2, Michael, and a 3-9.
So makes the early finish in the end. Almost got the golden break. Had a go at it on the next shot, making the combination. Didn't happen, but he was never likely to miss that one. So in just 3 shots, Manis has taken that, and all of a sudden, he's back in front. Let's look at that again. I've always thought, you know, we have the golden break, Scott, where you win the rack by potting the 9 on the break. Well, how about having a thing called the silver break, where it doesn't quite go down, but you make a second shot? Think that could take off as a term?
You want my honest opinion, Michael?
Well, I think from your tone, I know what your honest opinion is. So let's move swiftly on from that. James Aranis has won 9-4 against Wessam Hamam. So the World Cup winner of a couple of years ago in Spain is through. And elsewhere, Marvin Assis has beaten the former world semi-finalist David O'Cady 9-8. So O'Cady will go straight to the one-loss side. Dimitris Lukatos of Greece has just won 9-4 against Mashari Al. Manis back in front and breaking.
And the 6 collided off of the 9, but look at the spread once again. Cue ball low. 1 went just high of the side, catching the point. Just when I figured that he's got to break down. Another rack that the layout just isn't traditional. He's going up top with the rollout here. That needs to run. Yeah, he's left in the corner pocket. A little bit easier now. I'm not sure what he can do with the 2. I don't know how straight he is either. Can he just pull the cue ball back a little bit here? He's leveled out, so going forward. Actually, a great strike. I don't feel like he got rewarded as well as he should have been. Now kind of a bit of a dilemma. If he goes forward, playing the 2 in the lower right corner, the problem is the black 8's going to send the cue ball towards the purple 5. Can you cut it into the right side and avoid the 7? That needs to get a rail. It wasn't even close.
We talked about body language earlier. You could see from his reaction and the way he got up out of the shot, he knew straight away what a mess he'd made of that. And having led by 2 racks early on in the match, then fallen behind, all of a sudden Manis has a chance here to go 2 clear again at a much more advanced stage of the contest.
I guess maybe I'd just like to see a little more consistency as far as the pace once he's down on the ball. Sometimes he's real quick, sometimes he takes a little more time. And now he's at the 50-yard line. Does the 9 play in the left? That really makes a difference. See the shake of his head. Might have to show us one here. It does play. Thinner than it looks.
Well, that was his chance, wasn't it, to really reassert himself. Would have been 3 in a row, would have been a couple clear again, and still might be, because this isn't a gimme for Farrar, but he'll be very grateful to have any sort of a chance in a rack that he looked as though he was going to lose.
Yeah, and the 9, it looked like it could play it in the side if you're Manus, but it was actually much thinner than it looked. Got to stay still here in the body.
One of those shots that was a good deal tougher than it perhaps looked. And so instead of falling too high, levels again at 4. Another rack, which has really been the theme of this contest, Scott, that has gone the opposite way to how it looked it was going to. Now, after the Scots yesterday, all 3 of the English players in the draw in action today. Chris Melling has already won. Imran Majid will be in action later. And Elliot Sanderson, the Yorkshireman, is playing at the moment, and he's involved in a close one against Wen Henry of New Zealand. That one is 7-all. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the champion of 2 years ago in Poland, just starting out against Hamza Al-Awaidi. Kopinyi, champion 10 years ago this year, level at 1-all with Badr Al-Awadi. Bernie Regalario, another of the Philippines contingent, has won all of the first 3 against Abdullah Al-Lenzi. Alexander Kazakis was 2-0 down against Tobias Bongers, but he's levelled now. Well, that Al-Qaidi Assis match on table 4, I have updated you on that one, that Assis did win the last rack a few moments ago. Northern Ocean, former champion. Emil Gangflow at 6-5, but the Norwegian at the table right in front of us with a chance to level that one. It is level here, 4-all.
No, he squeezed the one in, but the cue ball has gone loose and low again. Ball in hand for Manus. Oh, he's got a flick off the bottom of the 9, and this will happen. If you catch the bottom side, it'll go 1 rail in the corner. If you catch the top side, it can oftentimes go 1 rail into the side. They want to catch the 9 flush.
There's just no momentum for either player. I mean, even when Farrar won those 3 racks in a row, it's not as if he was sweeping through them.
Yeah, it's been scratchy at best, to be honest. But I think a lot of it has to do with, you know, they're both young. They both know each other quite well. Big history already at such a young age. Just steer clear of the 8. Never an issue.
When we're getting towards the end of racks in this match, we don't want to take anything for granted because we've seen them both stumble coming towards the winning line at different times, but AJ Manus has taken these very efficiently and very swiftly, so he goes 1 clear again. Manus now leads by 5 racks to 4. hard to discern any patterns or conclusions from what we've seen so far in this match between AJ Manis and Alexis Farrar. Manis in front at 5-4. There you can see the pictures high above the arena here in Jeddah. This is our location for the second year in a row for the World Pool Championship. Fedor Gorst was the winner. Got $250,000 for his efforts this time last year. Well, just over a year ago. Playing for that again, and of course, the prestige title of Champion of the World. That's all a long way off. This is first round action. Manis, as I said, one in front here. How's this turned out, Scott?
Yeah, not the best. Again, cue ball low. Did get the one down. But boy, the layouts have not been friendly. Is he looking to just edge this towards the 7? All things considered, I don't think it's terrible, that's for sure. Could have a go at the 3-7. I can't tell how far the 7 is off the rail, but if it's just off the rail, it's definitely makeable. Problem is the cue ball is going to come flying up and down. There is traffic. Yeah, I don't believe he intended on making the 7 there. Fortunate he did not get behind the 5 and the 4. This does play to the lower left. Position is not guaranteed.
So many good players on his way to winning that ranking event in Hanoi a couple of weeks ago. Marvin Assis, who's here today, was one of them. So was Anton Raga in a hill finish. And others like Long Duc Tien, Patrick Gonzalez. The quarterfinal against Manis. And for our semi-final win came against Wu Kun Lin, who's been to the semis of this World Championship a couple of times before he just managed to hold on against Cheng Yu Lung in the final.
Yeah, tricky here. 4 did beat the left side pocket. It's down low. I don't think he can spin one rail towards it. Going to the jump cue. He's eyed it down like he's going to play it in the lower left. Boy, triple tough. Work left to do. He was definitely playing this. Just caught it heavy. Good hit. Yeah, want to get a little straighter. 6 at the bottom of the table here. Might be forced to come 3 rails unless he thinks he can punch twice. Punching twice is a little bit more realistic as far as making the ball. Or can he hold? Got into the low end of the cue ball a little bit more than he had intended. I think you've got to feather the left side of this and use the 9. All right, he might be drawing towards the 8.
Right in front of us, Albin Ocean. He's won this championship twice. Has just won an epic 12th rack to go a couple clear of Emil Gangflow. 7-5 now to the Austrian. Wasn't a great deal of confidence in the way that was struck, Scott.
No, they've been missing these cuts to the thin edge. You know, at your club table back home, you're thinking that the ball might grab a little bit, right, in the back of your mind traditionally. So these guys don't play every day on new cloth. New cloth, polished balls, the ball is going to cut quite a bit easier. Filipinos have been known to swerve a ball like this 6 in. He might be leveled out just chopping it. Wow, how thin can you hit it? He's lost the white in the lower left.
Green 6 leading a charmed life over that corner pocket just now, but not for much longer. And what a golden chance now for Manus to finally get back to that position he was in earlier on in the match of being a couple clear. Well, he had fallen 3-2 behind in this match, but it's been 4 out of 5 since then now for AJ Manus. He needs 3 more to advance here. He leads Alexis Farrar by 6 racks to 4. Now, Britain's Elliot Sanderson is 8-7 down to Wen Henry of New Zealand. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the champion of a couple of years ago, has won the first couple of racks against Hamza Al Awaidi. And I believe that's the match we're looking in on here now.
Doesn't have the pace.
So FSR with a chance to stretch his advantage. 2 players from Peru in the championship, and they were drawn against each other. And at the moment, it's Mauricio Garcia leading 3-2 against Gerson Martinez. Ko Pin-Yi, champion a decade ago, 4-1 up against Badr Al-Awadi. Khalid Al-Ghamdi, the leading home hope for some sort of success, has won the first against Canada's John Morra, as FSR sets himself up with an easy 9 to lead 3-0. Viktor Zielinski of Poland leading 2-1 against Bui Trong An. As we come back to the main table, what's happened here? Come up dry.
Yeah, the 1 low. Once again, the cue ball finishing low. Just getting the kiss off the bottom of the balls. Nothing really jumping out at me here. It might pass the 3 in the upper right. There's a lot of defensive options, but the 2 laying over this lower right corner. Yeah, as Michael mentioned earlier, just doesn't seem like there is any rhythm really to either side yet. That can change, obviously.
Yeah, it feels at the moment like one of those where someone's going to fall over the line and be relieved to have got away with it, and the other one will be more disappointed in having just failed to show up on the day, really, than necessarily. But that's another poor one, you have to say, from Manus.
Yeah, obviously straight into the face of the 8. Alexis with a real reasonable look here with an open table. Just about getting on the 3. And that is a trick from here. Don't want to crash into the 5, and then the 8 becomes big. I think you might have to take a steeper look on the 3 to ensure a shot. Can kill this out past the 6 with an inside ball. Yeah, Filipino's the best in the world at that shot there. Soft hands, dragging the cue ball.
Well, it's hard not to see this as a bit of a must-make for Ferrer, really. Sort of chance he was eating up when he won that tournament in Vietnam a couple of weeks ago, and well, I mean, that just tells the whole story of the match for him, and it's not turned out perhaps as badly there as he might have hoped, but really, if he can take an opportunity like that in a match where he's got to turn it around from a couple of racks behind, it's hard to see a great amount of hope.
Yeah, for Alexis, that's reminiscent of game number 1 when he came up a little bit short off of the 8. It was a similar shot there. In game number 1, he missed the 9. And now he's missed the 5. Great effort, to be fair. Gives you an idea how small the pockets really are. Is he snookered? He is looking away from the line. It tells me he's snookered. The 8 must be bigger than we think. My goodness, does he have to swerve around the left side of this 8?
Looks like it, and of course, your guess is as good as mine what the cue ball will do if he does make the pot.
How about absolutely perfect? He has overspun it, caught the opposite side of the 5 than what we expected.
But again, not for the first time in the match. It looks as though Ferrer might get away with making a bad mistake. Swiftly back in from that chance. He's down to only 8 and 9 to get back to only 1 behind.
Weak again, kind of a blind ball now. This is missable. Just, I don't know, and expected. He's come up way short. This is a must make.
And there's so much pressure on it. Well, if he missed that, he was facing the prospect of the biggest deficit that either player has faced so far in this match. Would have been 3 behind. As it is, he's now trailing by only 1. So, missed a good chance earlier in the rack to take it, but got off the hook and got back in. So he's now only 1 behind at 6-5. When Henry of New Zealand has beaten Elliot Sanderson 9-7. As we look in on Francisco Sanchez Ruiz again. So the Yorkshireman Sanderson will now face a challenge in round 1 on the loser side against Pius Labutas of Lithuania. It's 4-0 now, as you can see there, for Sanchez Ruiz. Kopinyi now 5-1 up on Badr Alawadi. Bernie Regalario leading 4-2 over Abdullah Alenzi. Khalid Gamdy's now on the second rack as well against Canada's John Morra, who has been to the quarterfinals of this World Championship in the past. Tobias Bonger's now a couple ahead once more against Alexander Kazakis at 4-2. And it's 2-2 between Victor Zielinski and Bui Trong An. Ferrer looking to get level here. He's breaking at 6-5 down.
That's the best hit we've seen, really. And he's going to get a reward. The 3. I believe it does still play in the lower right. Watch the cue ball flush into the 9. That is the goal. Obviously getting the 1 down. I believe the 3 does play to the lower right. And the 4 will help you. Just pinch back a couple of feet would be ideal. Caught the inside of the 2 there. This becomes much thinner. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's so thin. It's going to be close, actually, and the pink is going to be moving pretty good. Made it look fairly easy. Does have a pocket to the lower right, I believe. Yeah, and look at the body language. It's close, extremely close. He's going to have to probably go forward, which makes the make a little more difficult. I don't think he can hold the cue ball. Oh, he had no problem holding it.
Again, ordinarily you would say, hard to see much that can go wrong here. But we've seen a number of racks in this match that looked to be heading one way and then ended up going the other after a late stumble. So let's not mark this one down just yet.
Match gives the feeling of a 9-8 finish either way.
So he looked like he might be falling 3 behind just a few minutes ago, but got off the hook in rack 11. And he's followed it with a pretty good rack 12. Alexis Farrar levels with AJ Manis on day 2 at the World Championship. It's 6-all. Well, whichever one of these two Philippines players does go through to face Aloysius Yap, the number 2 seed in the next round, you would have to feel they'll have to raise their level significantly if they're to have any chance of success in that match. But it's all about staying in it and keeping your campaign on course, and they both still have a chance to do that. AJ Manis and Alexis Farrar level at 6-all. Farrar to break.
Yeah, and a tester out of the gate. The one just rattles out of the side. Got the 2 down, but distance, I think you've just got to put all the focus into dropping the 1. If you can get to the left side of the table, the coast is clear. I think the cue ball will float past the 6 using the high ball. Tough shot to start out. Yep, and this seems to be the case. They continue to miss the cuts thin when they miss them. He's got options. Does he stay aggressive or does he come down behind the 9? Aggressive paid off.
Just to bring you some news from elsewhere, Shane Van Boning, who was beaten last night, will be starting his campaign on the loser side this evening, and that will be the first match of the evening session on the main table. SVB against Rogelio Sotero of the Philippines. Manis has already done pretty well in one of the big matchroom events this year at the UK Open in May. Some good wins there. Skylar Woodward was among them, actually. And he eventually went out in the last 32 against Duong Kwok Hwang.
Yeah, he's creeped past position here. Just has to check the cue ball with outside. Makes it look so easy when things are working.
Yeah, I was just about to add that bit. There's been times today when it's looked anything but easy, but you're absolutely right in what you say, that it just looks so effortless to him and so natural when he's flowing. Almost as if he's a little bit distracted by something because he doesn't have to put full concentration in.
We've never had that problem, Michael.
And so, Manis hits the front again. He leads Alexis Farrar now, 7-6. Now, Albin Ocean has a wonderful record in this championship. He's been in at least the quarterfinals of it on 6 occasions. He's the only man to have been in the final of it 4 times, and he's won it twice. And within the last few minutes, he's made a winning start to his campaign this year. He's just seen off Emil Gangflo of Norway by 9 racks to 5. He's right in front of us. I can tell you he's all smiles. Lost his opening match last year, actually, Ocean, but not so this time. And here's another former champion, Ko Pin Yi. 10 years ago, he won it. Five-2 up on Badr Alawadi. He was 4 clear earlier, and now he's 4 clear again, so 6-2 in favour of Ko Pin Yi. Most likely opponent for the winner of that will be Bernie Regalario, because he's 5-2 up at the moment against Abdullah Alenzi. Canada's John Morra has got one back, trails Khalid Al-Ghamdi 2-1. So Manis, far from his best, but only 2 away now.
And the cue ball low. Again, will he get a look at the blue? I don't know. I'll tell you what. He likes to gamble at times. He did bank the ball last game, and it paid off. Does he take the jump cue out here? Is there value? Jump cue it is. Never a better time than now to bury this 2 ball. Wow. That's going to open things up quite nicely for Manis. Break and run at this point would be ideal to get him to the hill.
You saw a lot of him at the Premier League in Sarajevo earlier in the year. Scott didn't do as well as he would have hoped. Finished in second last position, actually. 4 wins from his 15 matches. But did you make any observations about him there, and whether or not all those matches in quick succession against good players were proving a good learning curve for him?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just the pace he plays. I don't think it changes anything for him. But at times, he just gets a little quick when he's down on the ball, and it doesn't seem to be a lot of consistency with that. And I think that as time goes on with him, and I say it, I think in 3 years, there's a real good chance of him being the best player on the planet.
Well, he's not really looked all that good at any point in this match, has he? But he has in this rack. And he's taken care of it in very short order. A very timely break and run for AJ Manis. And all of a sudden, with 2 in a row, he finds himself on the hill at 8-6. John Morra has won another one, so having been 2-0 down against Khalid El-Ghamdi, the Canadian is now level at 2-all. Tobias Bongers has stretched his lead over Alexander Kazakis. It's now 5-2 to the German. And we were talking earlier about the practice room and how impressive it is. Well, this is what's going on in there at the moment. It's just right next to the main arena here, really, in Jeddah. Carlo Biado there, former winner of the championship. In the middle table there. During a big event like this, I guess you don't have a huge amount of time practicing because you know you've got a lot of long matches. You want to conserve energy as much as anything else. You would hope that in terms of getting your game into the right place, you've done the work before you get here.
Yeah, I think the practice tables are a little bit more just to loosen the arm up. They don't play like the main room tables, never really have in any venue, so it's more to loosen the arm up. Short with the 1, nothing down here, and an open look once again for Alexis Farrar.
Should say the exception to that, of course, is Shane Van Boening, because so often at tournaments you see him putting in mammoth practice sessions that nobody else does. Don't think he'd ever leave if they just left the place open all night.
Yeah, it's well said, actually. And once again, I think it's still to keep that arm loose for Shane. He's just one of those, he is an absolute machine. He did something at the PLP at Jason Shaw's pool room in Connecticut 2 years ago that I don't think any of us have ever seen. Shane Van Boening spent somewhere around 10 hours each day during the event in the main room practicing the whole event. He ended up winning, but by the end, he was pretty drained.
Yeah, and if there's one event where you really need to conserve energy, it's that one, because you play so many matches and they come so close together. Okay, back to this. Alexis Farrar has got one last chance here to prolong this contest. Having been 2 behind at 6-4, he had drawn level at 6-all. He's lost 2 in a row now. If he is to come through this contest, he's going to have to win 3 straight racks. But he has done that already in this match a little earlier.
Yeah, once again, he struggled with the high ball so far in this match, and it started early in game number 1 on the 8. Short on the 9. It's caused him problems all throughout the match. It's the high ball. Watch out, 9 now. Watch out, 9.
That shot is so typical of so much of what we've seen in this match.
every time he's used a high cue ball, Michael, it's bit him when he's come up short. Game number 1, I think game number 4. It's happened several different times throughout the match. Could have been worse. Yeah, and I don't think you play the 9 here, but you just never know with this young man. Job. You'd like to use a high ball here, I think, and just stick. Try and create some type of distance. Maybe short rail. A short rail would be ideal. Sending the 6 towards the right side. Have the proper speed. Or does he just ram it with a low ball?
Manus just looking for that one chance he needs to get it done, put the performance out of his mind, move on to facing Aloysius Yap in the next round.
Yeah, I don't know. Is he looking to the upper right? I feel like the upper left might be. Oh, look at this, the two-way play, using the 8 as well. Lifted his hand up, kind of like he got away with it. But listen, I'm straight in the heart. Ball's away. I'd say he's finished quite well if he can get out here. The last few games by Manus has been pretty consistent. How about that strike?
Yeah, well, that's the last memory, isn't it? How you finish out the match, and you're absolutely right. He can take that away from it. It looks as though he's going to get there now. And you said earlier on that it looked 9-8 all over. I completely agreed at the time. It was that sort of a match. But from 6-all, it looks as though Manus is going to put together a decent dash for the line. Alexis Farrar is a much better player than what we've seen today. But he will go to the loser side. AJ Manus will go through to face the world number 2, Aloysius Yap. Manus is the winner by 9 racks to 6.
Welcome back. Well, it wasn't plain sailing, was it, by any chalk? But AJ Manners got the job done and wins his opening match 9 racks to 6 against fellow countryman Alexis Farrar. It was a case of pretty much he got the job done, didn't he, JJ?
Yeah, he got the job done. The stats will show you right there, though. It was a little scrappy, and, you know, stats being what they tell us, the right guy won. And he picked it up at the end, but he's got to improve a lot.
What was that scrappiness down to, do you think, Carl?
Yeah, we sort of alluded to it before the match. We don't know how well they know each other. Sometimes when you play a good friend or a family member, we've seen it with the Cobros, when the two Cobros play each other, they can't make a ball, and you could see it on the stats. There were 17 missed balls, so maybe they know each other quite well, and sometimes the match can just go like that.
You can be too familiar, do you think, sometimes?
Yeah, you can be
with
too
each other?
familiar. Listen, at the end of the day, it's the first round. He's through. We've seen it with Fedor. Fedor didn't win this tournament last year, playing unbelievable. So it can be done, and it's all about the W.
Yeah, and just getting through, isn't it? Aloysius Yap awaits the winner of AJ Manners. He faces him next. How much better does he need to be?
Well, he's got to be a lot better because Yap gets better every match. That's just how he does it. And AJ will learn a lot right there. Both of them could really tell with Ferrer that he really hadn't had that opportunity before, and it affected him. But you got to expect AJ's going to settle in a little bit better and give Aloysius a heck of a match.
What do you think, Carl?
Yeah, exactly what JJ said. You know, AJ knows what his opponent's coming up next. Obviously, in Yap, he's one of the best players in the world. He has been. You know, he's a major winner. He's got to step it up, and they're in that round now where even if they were to lose, they can still go to LQ. Of course, you want to get through, but it's a nice place to be.
It certainly is. Well, let's just see how this afternoon has played out then, shall we? As we've just mentioned, AJ Manners, he got his victory, but it started off with Johan Chua. Brilliant performance from him, beating Mohamed Al-Baki. He is also a successful afternoon for him, and as I've just said there, Yap, a victory for him, 9-4. And there's some games still going on, as we can see. With plenty more to come, we have our evening session for you to look forward to. Lots of action there, 7:30 p.m. on Sky Sports Mix. Who are you looking forward to seeing this evening, Carl?
I'm looking forward to see SVB. You know, obviously he lost the Hill match. He's always one of the favourites going into the tournament. He's always JJ's pick. You know, I'm interested to see how he comes back out. JJ probably knows. I'm presuming Shane's been on a table somewhere. Have you got any inside scoop, Jerry?
No, but he'd catch a flight if he had to after last night, I think. So, yeah, he's somewhere hitting balls. He's got a unique mind. He's got a keen mind. He's one of a kind, and I expect him to perform tonight.
When it doesn't go your way, especially in your opening match, how difficult is it to sort of blank that out your mind?
Ooh, good question. I wasn't very good at it. That's probably why I'm stood here. But, you know, we're talking about, you know, we're not just talking about a great pool player. We're talking about arguably the greatest that's ever done it at the minute. I know Efren Reyes and Earl Strickland, but SVB is definitely in that bracket. So I expect to see the real SVB. Listen, he lost Hill at the end of the day. You know, I didn't watch the full match. It's not like he got beat 9-1, 9-2. He knows what he's got to do. He's got to win 2 matches.
And like you said, JJ, Gorse last year came from the losers bracket. He went on to win the show, win the tournament, so it can be done.
Yeah, and you know, it's like any other great sport. I mean, you know, you can win a match not playing your best. You can lose matches playing pretty darn well. So we just see how the match opens for him. Maybe he gets a similar kind of shot. Maybe he made a mistake on last night. That could get a little heady. But from there, I think he'll be okay.
What about the break, JJ? Did you watch much of Shane's first match? How was he breaking? Because obviously Shane's one of the best breakers in the sport.
Yeah, it seems okay, but you know, I don't think anyone's really been that consistent on the break so far from what I've seen, especially on the TV table. That's the main one we're watching, but it's been a little here and there for everyone.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Except for maybe Robbie Capito.
So what are the tweaks Shane's going to be making, do you think?
I would say the break. That's usually what he does. He likes to figure out the break. He breaks a lot harder than you know, most of the tour, most of the pros on tour. Once he gets dialed in on that, listen, you still need to find a shot after the break on the lowest ball. But you know, that's where he's won most of his tournaments.
And if he can win this game, he'll have to win another one as well to go for. Just run us through the rules and regs of this one.
Yeah, double elimination, 128 players start. You've basically got to win 2 matches out of a possible 3. If you win your first 2, you're through. Shane's obviously lost his first match, so he's got to win the next 2. It's very, very simple.
It is simple, isn't it? We had some British interest this afternoon, Chris Belling as well. What was your opinion on him? How impressed were you with him?
Yeah, Mellin plays all Q sports at a very high level. He's a unique character. He had a tricky match against the young Riku. He got through it, and listen, he's never won this tournament. And if you said, can he win it, you'd probably say probably not, but he can certainly like ruffle a few feathers, good Melly.
Well, last year, I mean, he made a lot of noise in this event, and we thought for sure he was, you know, not informed just because he hadn't played much 9-ball pool. He looks very good, and he looks pretty happy at the moment. We'll see what happens.
I think it was Fedor that ended up knocking Mellin out. I know it was a tight match. It was over on table 3, if my memory serves me right.
It was a slightly different story, wasn't it, for Elliot Sanderson? He just came up short a little today.
Yeah, he was playing on the table just behind yourself there, and I watched a little bit in the end. You know, I wasn't familiar with his opponent actually, but I watched a bit of it. Missed a few opportunities, but listen, he's still in. That's all that matters.
Exactly. And the good news is we have plenty more to come in our evening session later on, 7:30 p.m. Sky Sports Mix. We shall all see you there.